Hi, I'm Communications Coordinator Hannah Brake. We are starting a new initiative to share information about our district, schools, and programs in short videos called OUSD in One. Here at OUSD, we're preparing students for success through career technical education. Our 25 CTE pathways provide real-world training in high-demand fields from engineering and healthcare to digital media and business. Get career ready with CTE. Learn more on our website at orangeusd.org/CTE.
Here in Early Learning at Orange Unified, we are proud to provide our youngest learners a strong foundation. That's why I love our preschool program. It gives our students that love for learning and allows them to start developing their social-emotional skills.
They're interacting with other kids. They're not at home where it's like some of them don't have siblings. So they come to school to learn how to share and learn how to problem solve. It's more about socially and emotionally, how to make friends, how to solve problems, critical thinking. As you can see, the classroom is set up where they can explore, they can learn and discover. Our preschools are centered on play-based learning, so it's not like heavily structured and, assignments and worksheets, which is what they're gonna get, later on in life. And so we like to really foster our program into having fun with our children.
Our children spend so much of their childhood in school. It's so important for them to have built that foundation to prepare them for their long educational career that's coming, and that all starts here with preschool.
I think it's the best idea to get them introduced right away because it gives your child an opportunity to grow with everyone their own age.
It's nice for them to learn how to make those connections with other kids and starting to learn how to talk to other kids and approach them and say, do you want to play with me? And learn that sometimes they want to play, sometimes they don't.
As a parent and as a teacher, I love to see my child want to go to school and be happy and want to play with their friends. And to be able to give that gift to students at such a young age, you're not losing anything, but you're gaining so much more.
We are here to help you navigate the enrollment process and answer any questions you may have. Call us today to get your child started on their educational journey.
Hi, I'm Communication Coordinator Hannah Brake, and thanks to Measure S, we're transforming Orange Unified Schools to create modern, safe, and innovative learning spaces for our students. Measure S, a $288 million bond passed by our community, funded cutting-edge science centers at Canyon, El Medina, Orange, and Villa Park High Schools, providing over 200,000 square feet of new learning space, including 71 state-of-the-art classrooms. We're now well into Phase 2, delivering additional campus improvements based on each school's needs, from modernized classrooms and restrooms to major structural enhancements. These incredible projects are possible because of our community's investment in education. Thank you for supporting our students and schools. To learn more about Measure S, please visit our YouTube channel. Hi, I'm Communications Coordinator Hannah Brake. We are starting a new initiative to share information about our districts,
Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order at 5:01 p.m. Welcome, everybody. Madam Vice President, do we have a quorum?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. We're going to start with public comment on closed session agenda items. Madam Vice President, do we have public comments on closed session items?
Yes, we do. All on 2B.
All on 2B. Okay, why don't we go ahead and start?
Okay, I'll read the guidelines first. Guidelines, persons wishing to speak should submit a public comment card prior to the meeting. At this time, the board will take public comments on closed session items only. In general, individual speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each closed session agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 30 minutes. A speaker shall not yield to another person in any portion of the time allotted to him or her to speak. The total time for agenda items and non-agenda items at regular meetings shall be 30 minutes. And I'm not going to read the time allotted since we only have 4 speakers. Should I pass it over to our clerk to handle the speaker cards? Thank you.
Okay, first speaker is Christine Wolk.
I'm not Christine, but there's a certain order that we wanted to go if it's okay with you all. So that kind of has a more of a...
Okay, Gina Roach?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not trying to hog the mic. I promise. All right. We're all friends here, it's fine. Thank you. Well, I don't know, the clock is ticking. I feel like I'm like Oscars right now. Okay. Hi, my name is Gina. And I am here on behalf of Anaheim Hills Elementary School Parent Advocacy Group. We consist of about 154 members, parents, who are very concerned and also invested. That represents about more than 50% of the student body. Over the last 4 years, our school has had 3 different principals. The inconsistency in leadership, or lack thereof, has negatively affected our children's educational experiences, including diminishing educational programs, burdened our teachers and staff due to lack of support, led to lack of transparency and communication back to the parents, deteriorated the school grounds with increased amount of deferred maintenance, jeopardized our school safety. It is evident to us, the concerned parents, that the OUSD has repeatedly failed to hire a fitting principal with longevity at our school at the cost of our children's education and safety. We believe it's time for a change. It's time that the process of hiring a new principal in the district become more inclusive and efficacious. First, by including a teacher representative directly from our school to help interview, to help vet, interview, and select a qualified and a compatible leader for our school. Secondly, create 2 separate surveys customized to address the different needs of teachers and parents. Including a teacher representative in the interview process and obtaining customized surveys from teachers and parents will ensure that the hired principal aligns and meets the unique challenges and the cultures of our school. I have a petition here with nearly 200 parent signatures. You'll be impressed. Obtained less than 2 days. Less than 2 days, a day and a half actually. Advocating for the same thing that I'm advocating for right here on their behalf. AHES is ranked as #1 elementary school in the OUSD out of 26 schools that we found on multiple sources online. Yet here we are tonight in front of you with our kids in tow, asking you to make this sensible change to the hiring process. I'm almost done. so that we do not find ourselves in this very situation come next year around.
It does. Thank you so much. Can you bring your petition up and hand that to us? Thank you.
Amanda Archer. Good evening. My name is Amanda Archer, and I am the Anaheim Hills Elementary PTA president for this year. You can imagine, with the lack of a permanent principal and zero communication all year to parents from the office, I have had to represent our PTA community at a much deeper level than any parent should. And through this experience, I have come to fully understand how Anaheim Hills Elementary does not get fair equity from the district compared to other Anaheim Hills schools, and I really attribute this to the lack of leadership that the school has had for the last several years. I encourage all of you to tour our school and then go down the road and compare it to Anaheim Hills or Running Springs, for example, and see the dramatic differences in our infrastructure. I personally pay $20,000 a year in property taxes, and so do many of my neighbors who go to the school. Not only do we not get our fair share of taxes, but the district expects parents to float the bills on many bare minimum expenses. And I think this is due to the lack of a principal not being able to advocate for our school because there is none. For example, last year, PTA spent $37,000 of parents' money in one school year on new lunch tables. And to give you an idea of the condition of these lunch tables, there was literally rusted holes in them, and kids were at risk of being cutting themselves. So parents paid for them out of fear of injury. But at last tonight, I'm here to ask for your support on one thing as we hire a new principal, and that's fence covers for our kindergarten gates that run 150 feet in the front of our school on Serrano Avenue in Anaheim Hills. We have had issues just as recently as this school year with random hikers wandering up on the sidewalk talking to students through the fences. PTA has submitted a site maintenance request twice now for this request. Each time, one was formally denied, and right now we're getting feedback from the district that it's likely to be denied again. PTA is offering to pay for this, and we cannot even get it approved. Again, PTA and parents floating the bill on something that the district is paying for at other schools. So I urge you, with the new principal in place, we need somebody that can help drive common sense safety measures for our school and advocate for our parents so that people like myself, working mothers, don't have to carry this financial and physical burden anymore. Thank you. Lisa Jensen.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Jensen, and I was formerly part of the PTA, but I'm here tonight as just a parent. I have a 5th grader and a 2nd grader. Therefore, I've been at the elementary school for a long time, both in good and challenging times. Frankly, we brought our home because of the OUSD school district versus moving to Aliso Viejo, which is 45 minutes away and where my work is. But I chose this district specifically for all of the ratings, knowing that it was going to be a good school district. Due to the lack of a full-time principal and leader, I'm here today to express deep concern over our children's safety at AHES. We all witnessed when Anaheim Hills Elementary School's Hills back in 2017 caught fire and the evacuations were required. We all sat bumper to bumper in traffic with the inability to get our children during evacuation plans, and it was chaos. However, fast forward, we saw what happened in Pacific Palisades where schools were demolished. Yet, when I went to find out what our evacuation plan was at our school, due to a lack of leadership, there was nothing. There was nothing available in the office, and that was very surprising to me considering that we were having 80-mile-per-hour gusts in our area. I was told to call the district office, and it was not readily available. Not only did I discover that there was not a formal plan in place, I had to reach multiple times to the interim principal and received messages that had a lack of urgency. Fires were still occurring, and gusts were still strong. Due to a lack of leadership, I discovered that there was no plan, and it had not been communicated or formalized even at the district level. I've called the district multiple times and initiated a cascade where I believe a plan was formalized, but I ask, why did I have to call? Why was this not formalized in place? Why does it take an emergency or a disaster to enact a plan? And again, it's due to lack of leadership. Equally, as I dug in further, I discovered that the school has other vulnerabilities that have yet to be addressed, such as a fence line with a hiking trail exposing children to unknown individuals, hikers that we don't know who they are, parents, and also unknown individuals that are yelling at children on the playground due to various situations, and unhoused people that are entering the premises without people knowing. Again, lots of safety issues that are not being addressed by the current leadership. It seems that a safety assessment must be performed at the school in order to ensure our children's safety. The past principal have not acted on these concerns, and I'm not sure how the school is expected to be run with an interim principal with only 2 days a week. What does this say about our community and how our school and parents are valued and our children? The fire evacuation plan has not been communicated, so I am urging you as the board, and as you look to approve a future principal hire, please look for a leader, one who is proactive, one who will
Christine Volk.
My name is Christine Wolk, and I'm part of the PTA at Anaheim Hills Elementary School. Needing to reset almost every year with a new principal has had detrimental effects on the day-to-day maintenance of our classrooms and school grounds. I'm here today to urge the board to address the cleanliness issues that have been festering for far too long. For the past 3 years, we have had many recurring issues documented in the school accountability report cards. Descriptors like dirty counter, dirty floors, dusty, cobwebs, and dirty sink appear with disturbing frequency throughout the report. As a point of comparison, the notes included in the school facility conditions and planned improvements section of the school accountability report cards for Anaheim Hills Elementary are 3 times as long as our neighboring schools, including Running Springs, Canyon Rim, Crescent, Serrano, Knoll Canyon, Olive, and Panorama, to name a few. Despite repeated requests over the years to have the classrooms and bathrooms cleaned, their conditions remain the same, and the teachers have been doing their best to maintain their classrooms with limited time and limited cleaning supplies. It even reached a point last year where a mother came on campus to clean the sinks, water fountains, and countertops herself because she didn't want her 4 children spending all day in unsanitary classrooms. This is not acceptable. Our children should be able to learn in reasonably clean classrooms, and our teachers deserve a safe and clean work environment. I'm here today on behalf of our children and our dedicated teachers to ask the board, all of you, to address these issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for all of you coming out. We appreciate it. We know it's not convenient when you have little ones as well, and so we do appreciate you coming. And Mr. Superintendent, I just ask specifically with regard to the safety issues and emergency issues that somebody reach out to them and just communicate what those are or what we can communicate, because I know by law we have them, so they should be able to be readily communicated. So we just ask that that happen initially as an initial request.
We will do that.
Thank you so much. And thank you very much for coming out. And we will adjourn to closed session at 5:15.
Hi, I'm Communications Coordinator Hannah Brake. We are starting a new initiative to share information about our district, schools, and programs in short videos called OUSD in One. Here at OUSD, we're preparing students for success through career technical education. Our 25 CTE pathways provide real-world training in high-demand fields from engineering and healthcare to digital media and business. Get career ready with CTE. Learn more on our website at orangeusd.org/CTE.
Here in Early Learning at Orange Unified, we are proud to provide our youngest learners a strong foundation. That's why I love our preschool program. It gives our students that love for learning and allows them to start developing their social-emotional skills.
They're interacting with other kids. They're not at home where it's like some of them don't have siblings. So they come to school to learn how to share and learn how to problem solve. It's more about socially and emotionally, how to make friends, how to solve problems, critical thinking. As you can see, the classroom is set up where they can explore, they can learn and discover.
Our preschools are centered on play-based learning, so it's not like heavily structured in, assignments and worksheets, which is what they're gonna get, later on in life. And so we like to really foster our program into having fun with our children.
Our children spend so much of their childhood in school. It's so important for them to have built that foundation to prepare them for their long educational career that's coming. And that all starts here with preschool.
I think it's the best idea to get them introduced right away because it gives your child an opportunity to grow with everyone their own age.
It's nice for them to learn how to make those connections with other kids and starting to learn how to talk to other kids and approach them and say, do you want to play with me? And learn that sometimes they want to play, sometimes they don't.
As a parent and as a teacher, I love to see my child want to go to school and be happy and want to play with their friends. And to be able to give that gift to students at such a young age, you're not losing anything, but you're gaining so much more.
We are here to help you navigate the enrollment process and answer any questions you may have. Call us today to get your child started on their educational journey.
Hi, I'm Communication Coordinator Hannah Brake, and thanks to Measure S, we're transforming Orange Unified Schools to create modern, safe, and innovative learning spaces for our students. Measure S, a $288 million bond passed by our community, funded cutting-edge science centers at Canyon, El Medina, Orange, and Villa Park High Schools, providing over 200,000 square feet of new learning space, including 71 state-of-the-art classrooms. We're now well into Phase 2, delivering additional campus improvements based on each school's needs, from modernized classrooms and restrooms to major structural enhancements. These incredible projects are possible because of our community's investment in education. Thank you for supporting our students and schools. To learn more about Measure S, please visit our YouTube channel.
Is this coming through? Of the March 12th board meeting to order at 7:09 p.m. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready to begin?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Can we have a item 3C, report of closed session? Mr. Christensen.
Thank you, Madam President. In closed session, the board took action to issue a notice of release and non-reelection to a probationary certificated employee identified by employee number 130837 pursuant to Education Code Section 44229.21, effective at the end of the 24-25 school year, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notices. The roll call vote was as follows. The ayes were 7, there were 0 noes and 0 abstentions. That concludes the report of closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Moving on to item 3D, adoption of the agenda. Do we have a motion?
I'll move it.
Okay, Mr. Thomas made the motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
Trustee Glass, second in the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 7-0. All right, we're moving on to item 4A. I'm excited about this, our school spotlight with Ms. Quijano Espinosa from El Medina High School. She has brought about 15 ASB students from Elmo. Go Vanguards. And her activities director, Ms. Lori Rivera. Welcome. And it's a busy sports and activities night, so thank you all for coming. We appreciate it. We're excited to hear from you.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Erickson, Superintendent Christensen, trustees, cabinet, and community. Each school has a different component that makes it unique. For some, it might be a certain building that holds meeting. Others might have a specially crafted space that provides students the opportunity to hone in a specialty. For El Medina, it's Spirit Week. A take on the classic Clash of Classes battle/concept, Spirit Week is a week during the month of March where students gather together and compete in a class battle. Each class selects a theme, and throughout a couple of months, they plan, build, and organize a variety of components that make up Spirit Week. Each class has to decorate a part of the campus, put together a skit to perform at our assembly, design apparel suited to their theme, organize a crazy lunch game that must outperform the competition, and find food to sell at our lunch carnival at the end of the week. We were transported this year to Paradise Falls from the movie Up, and Enchanted Land from the Disney Princesses, Shrek Swamp, and the Spider-Man verse. In order for Spirit Week to occur, our classes work together to make their class the best, working tirelessly before and after school, during the weekends, and sometimes even during the school day. Despite the workload, what our students remember the most about Spirit Week is the moments they share with their classmates. They form bonds, make new friends, and create a sense of community that they take with them throughout their years. It not only fills our campus with excitement, but it also fills it up with support and camaraderie. At the end of the day, all the hard work and dedication end up becoming something you never forget, no matter the result. For our Vanguard, Spirit Week is a highlight of the years here. The video we are going to present to you today is one that derives from a typical presentation video. In order to fully encapsulate the madness that Spirit Week emits, our video will show an inside view towards the making of Spirit Week and the fun memories that we will all take with us for the rest of our high school years. I would like to acknowledge our broadcast commissioners, Senior Jack Flath and Sophomore Trey Esperanza, for their hard work in filming and producing this video. Without them, we would not have been able to capture the magic that is Spirit Week to present to you today. Now, without further ado, here is our spotlight on Spirit Week 2025.
Come on, huh? Move like that. Look at here, can you move like that? Huh? Move like that. Look at here, can you move like that? It keeps me up, anxiety, even when I'm yawning. Time is I keep rolling over, I can't get no sleep. My love is pouring from your machine gun. Wait, there's a lot of seniors. Hold on. Look at us. Like, a lot of seniors. Dylan, run. We still can't hear you. We are
Why did we not rig our own game?
I don't know.
Whatever goes around eventually comes back to you. So you gotta be careful, baby, and look both ways before you cross my mind.
Wait, let me get it. Are you leaking the next theme for next year?
It's gonna be really funny.
Yeah, I like this. Wait, I might have to come back for this.
Someone's gonna be Jennifer Coolidge.
Did you ever wonder? Yeah, do you ever wonder what hit? Maybe going through on his own.
Guys, I'm Shrek. What's going on?
Shrek, what are your thoughts on Spirit Week?
My thoughts on Spirit Week? Man, it's pretty fire. It's pretty good. Everyone looks amazing.
This does look really good. I like it. Yeah.
Especially ours. You're not in for our surprise.
So unfunny. I can't say this up there.
It's so unfunny, it's funny.
Sure. I love this skit.
I love Spirit Week.
Derek, are you evil? Are you evil? Look at him.
Through our funny and silly moments that you just saw, Spirit Week is a time for us to go beyond our limits and explore what it means to be a vanguard. With the looming dates of state and AP testing, Spirit Week provides us the opportunity to let loose and experience what high school is all about, enjoying every moment and being a part of something new. Thank you once again to the Board of Education for providing me the opportunity to present to you this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Spirit Week at Elmo is iconic for sure. And in case you don't know, I went to El Medina and we had Spirit Week back in the old days, but it wasn't even half as good as it is now because you guys are amazing. So thank you so much for sharing that. It was great. Okay. Did you want to take a picture with all of your ASB members?
Just back up against the dais and maybe kind of shrink down.
Okay, moving on to item 4B, the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Ms. Erickson. Tonight, we're going to be receiving a report later on as an item for the board. It's from the the Bond Oversight Committee for Measure S. And since I was here when that was passed 8 years ago, I wanted to acknowledge, a lot of people tell me, oh, that's great, it's amazing, and we talk about a lot of the people that worked on the bond program, but there are a group of people who we haven't talked about And since we only do this once a year and I happen to be here now, I want to be able to kind of celebrate those people and acknowledge them as community leaders and being instrumental in helping us get that bond program passed. So those are the bond committee oversight representatives, people from the community who volunteered to put their names on this before it even passed. So on September 8th, 2016, the Board of Education approved a slate of representatives from the community that said that they would oversee the bond and make sure that the work was done, was in compliance with the resolution that the board passed and that the voters approved. So what led me to think about this is one of the members who was initially on has just resigned, Bill Campbell, former Orange County supervisor, state assemblyman, right, lives in Villa Park, at MBA from Harvard. I mean, amazing credentials. I remember when Ms. Biddle, Denise Biddle, who was also involved in the campaign, introduced me to him and had me go to his house. And it took a few meetings, and probably more just because I was in awe of and held his esteem so high. But, you know, all the folks who volunteered to do this, some of them are still on 8 years later, and I just think it's so important to acknowledge another group of people who helped make this successful. So Bill Campbell's on the original committee, as was Carolyn Cavecci, the former mayor of Orange, and at that time the president and CEO of the Orange Taxpayers Association. Diana Fasinelli, former mayor of Villa Park, councilwoman. She's still, and she'll be presenting this evening. She's still, I see somebody's pointing, there she is. Evening, Diana. Trevor O'Neill was a business owner and the past chairman of the board of the Orange Chamber of Commerce. Jennifer Schruger, also a business owner, CFO of that company, and the president of Orange Community Council PTA. Mernal Shaw, attorney in public finance. She's a member of the National Association of Bond Lawyers. When she reached out to me as a lawyer and said, you know, this is what I do, I want to be part of this program, I was like, okay, I hope we do it right, because she knows what she's doing. And she's still on and still serving. And I again, so much credit to them for doing this. And finally, Bill Utter, retired banker and CFO, president of the board of directors for the Orange Senior Center. So those are the folks that were on this to start with. Some of them are still serving. Diana Fasinelli, Mernal Shaw, Bill Utter. As I said, Bill Campbell just stepped away, but we also have other esteemed members of our community who are serving, and I don't want to ignore them. So Pat Buttress, Dan Slater, and Nicole Jones all have served, and just really appreciate from the bottom of my heart their time, but they also should feel like they get to celebrate these buildings as well, because they were part of the team that helped us get to the finish line. Because I think having their names in support and the confidence to support us before the election helped get us over the mark. So anyway, that's it for me. Thank you. Oh, one other person I didn't mention, I did mention Denise Biddle, but also Christina Kindler and her work, and has been a big supporter of the bond, of myself, of the district going forward, and so I want to mention her as well. So
Thank you. Thank you so much. And that was so important. Having been on the front line, it was incredibly important to have these really esteemed names on this list, and people from really so many different perspectives and even different positions on whether or not they even supported a bond measure or not, but to have them all together in support on this oversight committee was really important to show the community that Orange Unified could be trusted with the money, and we're going to be able to celebrate a successful Measure S bond completion here pretty soon. So, President's report, that's me. I wanted to, first of all, thank you all for coming. It was great to celebrate El Medina High School, and I love seeing that you're just carrying on this tradition for so long. It's wonderful, so thank you for sharing that. I had the pleasure of attending a college and information forum held this week at El Medina High School by our Title VI Indian Education Program, wherein dozens of programs, colleges, and organizations were present. A DJ played music and a Native American-owned restaurant served food. And despite the rain, the turnout was fantastic. I wanted to commend Darren Whitney, Lupe Lopez, and Sandy Schaefer for a successful evening putting this together. We've had some struggles, and we're putting this program back together and back on the map. This is a federal grant program, that began in 1965 to help meet the unique needs of American Indian students and Alaska Native students. It primarily serves to promote academic support, cultural enrichment, and parent involvement. But what I think is important to bring up is that Orange Unified boasts the oldest Indian education program in the county, dating back to 1970. It's a program I actually participated in as a student when I was a student here, and then my children participated in the program when they were school age. And I just think it's a program that we have so much to be proud of. It's provided tutoring services, summer school opportunities, assistance in tracing tribal ancestry. And the cultural events have included storytelling, dancing, drum circles, and other educational benefits. And it's helped bring together what is often a disparate cultural group, and it's been able to connect them in friendship and in shared history. So I want to congratulate the Title VI Native American program. I also want to take the opportunity to recognize the accomplishments of local El Medina native and hero Lorenzo Ramirez and his critical contribution to ending school segregation here in El Medina, Orange, and throughout the state of California. If you don't know, in 1944, Lorenzo Ramirez returned to El Medina from Whittier, where his children had attended school in an integrated school. And when he arrived back here in El Medina in Orange, he was told that his children would have to attend a segregated school for Mexican children. He would have none of that, and he courageously joined with 4 other families, the Palomino family, the Mendez family, the Estrada family, and the Guzman family. And on March 2nd, 1945, 80 years ago, marked the 80-year anniversary last week, they filed a lawsuit challenging that segregation. And that lawsuit, although it did not end up going to the U.S. Supreme Court, it ended up going through the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals and ended up in a decision there that resulted in the desegregation of all schools in California as it related to Mexican students and Latino students. It actually was a case that was studied by Thurgood Marshall and the NAACP that ultimately led to the same arguments that were made in the Brown versus Board of Education case, which was decided 7 years later. And so I just think it's really important that we acknowledge that in our community, because it's something that is just so incredible that happened in our community, on our streets, and in our neighborhoods. And Lorenzo Ramirez can just not be thanked enough for his courage and his family's courage. We currently teach about the case in 5th grade, 8th grade, and 11th grade. We've been doing this since 2011, I believe. But last year, actually, the California legislature mandated teaching of the Mendez versus Westminster case. So we were far ahead of the curve when it came to that. But it was legislation that passed unanimously across party lines, across everything last year to mandate the teaching of the Mendez versus Westminster case. So I did not want this week to go by without acknowledging the Ramirez family and their courageousness. So that concludes my report. And moving on to item 4D, School Library Month, I will refer to Trustee Vane to present the proclamation in this. You got it? Okay.
As we approach April 2025, we're celebrating something truly special, the 40th Annual School Library Month. Established by the American Association of School Librarians in 1985, April is a nationwide recognition of the incredible work our school libraries and librarians do every single day. Orange Unified proudly acknowledges and appreciates the dedication of all our school library staff. Our certificated library media specialists and classified library media technicians are nurturing minds, sparking curiosity, and helping our children become critical thinkers. They're planting the seeds for a lifelong love of learning, and that's something we should all be thankful for. School Library Month highlights the invaluable contributions of school libraries as vibrant, inclusive, resource-rich environments that support academic achievement, media literacy, and student success. They are places where our students can explore, learn, and grow. Through collaboration with our educators, our school library professionals ensure that students have equitable access to knowledge, fostering essential skills that prepare them for the future. So, this April, let's celebrate our school libraries. Let's thank our library professionals. And Randy will come up and say a few words of thanks.
Thank you. I brought up, since I am not the librarian of the district, I brought up the librarians to actually show that we have quite a few people who represent that space. We want to thank you very much for recognizing these people who actually are the heart of our schools. Eventually, I think we're going to get all of them to come up because there's quite a few for the picture. We want to thank you for, yes. And you can see there was quite a few people who said, yes, we want to be there for this. So thank you for recognizing them. Thank you for recognizing the heart of the school. Thank you for recognizing the people and the hard work they do to support our students and also be a big part of making sure that students really have a place to be at their school sites as well. So thank you for that. Are you ready? All right. Yeah, make everybody look good, Kevin.
In front of the podium. Okay.
I'll be a friend. I wore a tie.
Yeah. I'll pick up. Am I good?
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
I have a librarian's phone. Thank you. Thank you so much. You really do give so much to our students in so many different ways. So thank you. Moving on to item 4E, student board members' reports. Mr. Tran, why don't we start with you?
Absolutely. Well, anyways, thank you, President Erickson, the Orange Unified School District Board of Education, as well, of course, the OUSC community for giving me the opportunity to provide my school report. First and foremost, just recently, Villa Park High School celebrated our French wedding. There was lots of food, crepes and sandwiches were catered, which was awesome. And we had fun music and plenty of familiar faces, many of whom joined us that week. I'd also like to express my congratulations, excuse my French, to Madame Katai and Monsieur Jimmy Falk. Beyond that, I'd also like to express my congratulations to our National Merit Scholarship finalists. As you guys, some of you may know, our National Merit Scholarship is a very distinctive honor for tens of thousands of students in the United States. I'd like to, of course, express my congratulations to Amelia Schroeder, Chris Bune, and Tyler Nguyen. Also, please support our boosters and PFSO in joining us at our Villa Park High School annual pancake breakfast on Saturday, April 12th from 7 to 11 a.m. Beyond that, and also in honor of our School Library Month, I'd like to mention that Villa Park High School hosted their 3rd annual Author Festival alongside Sarah Villa Middle students. I'd like to thank, of course, the authors who were able to join us that day, who discussed their experiences as authors. And also quick thanks to the Friends of the Villa Park Library for generously donating up to 50 books to Villa Park students, and of course to Ms. Kim, who helped spearhead that event. I just have to say, Ms. Kim, I talked to many students on campus, and only good things are said about you, Ms. Kim. And so thank you for your work for Villa Park High School and its students. On March 4th, Villa Park students shared their passions and expertise at Sarah Villa Middle School. They represented Villa Park High School's diverse CTE programs, including our criminal justice, international business, video production, graphic design, and medical CTE programs. On March, I just have to say as well too, March 25th, which is a Tuesday, the Board of Supervisors is expected to approve roughly $10,000 for our Every 15 Minutes program. For some who may not know, Every 15 Minutes is a CHP program that is tasked to prevent DUI amongst our youth. I'd like to thank, of course, Supervisor Don Wagner and Villa Park Councilwoman Crystal Miles for making this happen. Thank you again for the OUSC Board of Education and the OUSC community for making this happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tran. Ms. Flores Lopez.
Good evening, Superintendent Christensen, members of the board, and board trustees. I will be giving a report on Orange High School this evening. It is now Penny Drive season. The Penny Drive is an annual fundraising campaign organized by our ASB team. Throughout the month of March, various events will be held to raise funds for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society and the Friendly Center. This year marks our 29th year partnership with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society and our 5th year with the Friendly Center. During a recent assembly, guest speakers shared their personal experiences with cancer, inspiring students and staff to contribute generously. To date, we have raised approximately $600,000 through our Penny Drive over the past 29 years. The month of March will be filled with various events, including donation opportunities and community gatherings. Your presence and support would be greatly appreciated. The college application season was a challenge for our senior class. To celebrate the achievements of our accepted seniors, the College and Career Department will host an Acceptance Day, featuring a luncheon and a #acceptance t-shirt to celebrate seniors who have been accepted into four-year universities, community colleges, trade schools, or any military branch. We recently honored our Principal of the Day, Will D., an exceptional business owner of the City of Orange. His visit gave some insight to Orange High School's valuable opportunities students have at Orange High School. We were delighted to welcome also our feeder school principals and esteemed guests. As the winter sports season draws to a close, I am pleased to announce that all of our winter sports have qualified for CIF. As the spring sports season commences, our Panthers will continue to maintain unwavering dedication and commitment to their hard work. That's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Firstly, our sport intervention program continues as our soccer team had the privilege of playing against La Vista High School at our very own Fred Kelly Stadium. We are deeply grateful to everyone who made this event possible, and our students enjoyed the experience of playing at such a beautiful and well-maintained facility. Looking ahead, we are excited to announce that the handball season is approaching. With tryouts taking place this week, we are eager to see students participating in a positive school experience. Additionally, last month we had the honor of hosting Principal for the Day, Mr. Ron Esperanza, who served for the board of the Orange Unified Public School Foundation. We would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to that foundation for their generous donation to our soccer team. We are deeply thankful for their continued commitment and to sharing the experience of our students. Furthermore, we are pleased to share that Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Tomica were selected as the Classified and Certificated Employees of the Month at RHS. This is an ASB-led effort where one classified and one certificate employee is celebrated each month. This individual are honored through a feature on Condor's News and gifts from ASB. We are proud to recognize their dedication to our school community. Those are the announcements for RHS. Thank you.
Hello and good evening to the board and community once again. On February 19th, Emildina hosted its honor roll assembly, honoring our students' hard work and their academic achievement for the fall semester. Second semester honor roll is always a special time because it is the first time our freshman vanguards are able to be recognized. So it's an exciting time to see them be part of our festivities. We also announced our valedictorian and our salutatorian for the class of 2025. So congrats to our valedictorian, Mr. Patrick Din, and our salutatorian, Cash Sebastian, for their academic achievement. On February 28th, we had our Principal for a Day event. The City of Orange Mayor Dane Slater came by to see what Emildina had to offer, and it was an amazing opportunity for us to share our campus with our local city leader. Our softball program over the weekend won the 29th annual Dave Coos Tournament of Champions. They went 5-0 over the 3-day tournament, beating out county and national winners in the championship Saturday night. We're incredibly proud of their accomplishment and cannot wait to see how far they go during their spring season. One of our seniors, David Razon, won a $180,000 scholarship given by the Marine Corps. It is a highly coveted award given to those who not only show academic excellence but also high community involvement. Our ASB senior and staff, alongside Trustee Yamasaki, surprised David with the award and congratulated him on his terrific achievement. And of course, Spirit Week was we hosted Spirit Week last week. It truly was a wild one this year, as you saw through our video, filled with adrenaline and fun. Thank you once again to the board for the opportunity to show you what Spirit Week is all about and the highlights that our Vanguards participate in every single day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your reports. Let's move to the approval of the minutes, item 5A and 5B. I'm going to take them as one item unless somebody has any corrections to one. Are we okay? All right. So do we have a motion to approve both the February 12th and February 26th minutes?
Motion to approve.
Trustee Thomas, do we have a second?
Second.
Trustee Pelley seconded the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next item, 6A, public comment.
Okay.
And just as a reminder, I'll just remind everybody, on the agenda items, we are moving public comment to after the presentation of that item so that anybody who wants to make a public comment can incorporate any of the presentation. In other words, you go up there with a little bit more education when you make your public comment in case you want to address it. And so do we have any agenda items?
We have 4 for 7C.
For 7C, okay. All right, and then we have non-agendas?
We do.
Okay, all right, so item 7A, the second interim financial report, we would ask Ms. Holman and Ms. Balsara to come up and present on this item. Or maybe Ms. Holman only?
Yes.
Thank you, Board President Erickson, and good evening, trustees and attendees here and virtually. Today, I will be presenting the board with the 24-25 second interim report. This financial update provides a mid-year assessment of our district's fiscal health and projections for the future. The presentation will cover 5 key areas: budget and financial reporting cycle, state budget update, second interim report details, multi-year projections, including our ending fund balance percentages, next steps in our budgeting process. So this slide outlines our annual financial reporting timeline. As you can see, we're currently at the second interim financial report stage, highlighted in yellow. This financial report, which includes financial information through January 31st, requires board approval prior to March 15th. Additionally, since we last presented in December, we have received funding information from the governor's 25-26 proposed budget, and we're currently developing our 25-26 budget, which will continue through June. Starting with the state budget update. Governor Newsom released his proposed 25-26 California state budget on January 10th. Under the governor's proposal, the governor's budgeted estimates the guarantee to by $3.9 billion in 24-25 and $3.6 billion in 25-26, compared to the 24-25 enacted budget. This guarantee is highly sensitive to revenue changes, as it has not yet been certified. Therefore, as part of the proposed budget, one of the considerations the governor is proposing is delaying $1.6 million of settle-up payment until the guarantee is finalized. Overall, as shown in this chart here, Proposition 98 funding has generally maintained an upward trend over recent years, which helps us with our multi-year projections. The governor's budget proposal includes several significant education funding elements. LCFF is being fully funded with ongoing dollars for 25-26. A statutory cost of living, also known as COLA, of 2.43% for LCFF and categorical programs. $1.8 billion in one-time student support and professional development discretionary block grant funding. $1.5 billion ongoing for reduced TK student to adult ratio. Currently, that ratio is 12-1. In 25-26, it will be shifting to 10-1. $435 million for expanded ELOP eligibility, with the UPP threshold lowered at 55%. I'd like to highlight here that the change to the ELOP program funding, currently the law states that districts with an unduplicated UPP count greater than 75% must offer and provide access to this program for all students in the district. If you currently have a lower UPP student count, which Orange Unified does, we are only required to offer access to our unduplicated students. The governor's proposal changes this threshold to 55%, as you see here, meaning that districts with an unduplicated count greater than 55% must offer it to all students in the district. Therefore, this would include Orange Unified, as our percentage of UPP count is 61%. If this goes through, we would receive more funding and would need to plan for expanded program access to those students. Other notable allocations include $500 million one-time for TK-12 literacy and mathematics coaches, $150 million one-time for school nutrition, kitchen equipment, and infrastructure, $378.6 million for learning recovery emergency block grant, and $1.5 million in school facility bonds proposed for sale in the 25-26 year. I do want to note here that we don't have program details or specific allocations for many of these proposals, but we're monitoring developments closely, as this was based on the governor's proposal release of his budget in January. Now let's turn to the second interim financial information. The second interim serves several important purposes. It provides a mid-year financial snapshot. It offers an updated view of our district's current financial health. It allows staff and board members to assess if we're on track to meet our financial obligations. It helps identify any potential areas of concern requiring adjustments. And it serves as a tool to monitor fiscal solvency and make informed budget management decisions. Additionally, there are legal requirements. The report must be prepared and submitted to the governing board per Education Code in AB 1200, and as mentioned previously, approved by March 15th. The board must certify whether the district can meet its financial obligations. And if we were to receive a qualified or negative status, which is not the case for Orange Unified, a third financial report would be required by June 1st. Here, starting with our revenues, looking at our combined revenues, our total projected revenue for the 24-25 year is $421,300,487, which is $1,427,813 less than what we projected at first interim. Key changes based on the updated assumptions used include an increase of $532,452 in LCFF revenue, and that's to an increase in TK enrollment, an increase of $183,690 in federal revenue, an increase of $232,584 in state revenue, and there is a decrease of $2,376,539 in other local revenue. This decrease is due to a contribution of redevelopment funds previously budgeted as part of the general fund, which is now going towards Fund 40 for our capital projects. Through January, we've received $229,400,000 $534,353, or approximately 50% of our projected annual revenue. On this slide here, you see our combined 24-25 expenditures. We're projecting combined expenditures of $437,045,877, which is $4,949,839 less than what we projected at first interim. This reduction in projected spending helps offset the decrease in projected revenues and is more aligned with current year-to-date actuals. Key areas of expenditure changes include a decrease of $917,129 in our certificated salaries, an increase of $375,379 in our classified salaries, a decrease of $212,756 in employee benefits, and that goes hand in hand with when there's a decrease in salaries, your health or an increase, then there's an impact there to your employee benefits. A decrease of $1,789,917 in materials and supplies, a decrease of $612,337 in operating expenses and services, and again, a decrease of $2,103,426 in transfers, and again, that's in connection to the redevelopment contribution going to Fund 40. Through January, we've spent $217,965,399, or approximately 50% of our projected annual expenditures, which shows expenditures are in alignment with our budgeted amounts, because we are roughly halfway through the year, the fiscal year. Our budget projections and multi-year projections are based on several key assumptions derived from the governor's January budget proposal and our updated local control funding formula. For the 24-25 second interim, we are using a statutory COLA of 1.7%, student enrollment of 22,667, and funded average daily attendance, which is our ADA, what we actually get our money from, 22,270.60. And yes, every point counts when it comes to attendance. And a consumer price index of 2.85%, STRS at 19.10%, and PERS at 27.5%. Looking ahead at 25-26, we're projecting a COLA increase to 2.43%, declining enrollment to 22,306, with a projected funded ADA of 21,741.66. The CPI, the Consumer Price Index, at 2.92%, STRS remains at 19.10%, and PERS increasing slightly to 27.40%. 26-27, COLA increase to 3.52%, further enrollment decline to 21,949, and projected funded ADA of 21,448.74. STRS again remaining at 19.10%, and PERS slightly increasing to 27.50%. These adjustments adjust our LCFF base funding rates for each grade span, which you can see at the bottom of the slide. Now, let's examine our multi-year projections, which are crucial for understanding our financial trajectory and ending fund balance percentages. For the 24-25 second interim, the total projected revenues are $421,300,487. Our total projected expenditures are $437,045,877. This results in a projected deficit of $15,745,390, which, as you can see, is due to a deficit of restricted funds. So when you look at that restricted line, you see parentheses of 16 million. That is all within those restricted funds, which our unrestricted funds would have to contribute. Deficit spending is when more money is spent in a year than what is received in that same fiscal year. Over the last several years, we have received one-time funds that were allocated for multiple years, and those funds are not considered current fiscal year revenues. They are now being budgeted, which contributes to the deficit. Additionally, the board approved the current fiscal year budget prior to negotiation settlements, and therefore it did not include the raise. The 24-25 budget update references deficit spending because 2 years' worth of raises have now been accounted for. As you can see, we return to balanced budgets in 25-26 and 26-27, with projected surpluses of $1.6 million and $2 million respectively, while still maintaining healthy reserve levels. Okay. Oops, sorry. All right. I moved one too fast there. So this slide provides a detailed breakdown of our projected fund balances. Starting with our beginning fund balance of $216,660,043 for the 24-25 and accounting for the projected deficit, we anticipate an ending balance of $200,914,653, which represents approximately 46% of total expenditures. For the 25-26, we project an ending balance of $202,543,687, which is 49% of our total expenditures. And for the 26-27, we project an ending balance of $204,540,023, which is an increase of almost $2 million. If we break this down further, our economic uncertainties reserve of $171,376 represents the required 3% minimum and 3% of total expenditures of 24-25. Our total reserves, our economic uncertainties, assigned, committed, and unassigned funds of $151,959,473 represent approximately 34.77% of expenditures for the 24-25 fiscal year. These percentages exceed the state-required minimum reserve of 3%, demonstrating a strong fiscal position despite current year deficit spending. The components of our fund balance include restricted funds of a little over $48 million or $48.5 million for 24-25, decreasing to $38.5 by 26-27, and one-time funds are spent with that time during that time. Economic uncertainties reserve of $13,171,376 for 24-25, and committed funds of $108,663,371 for the 24-25, increasing to $124,349,963 by 26-27. Unassigned funds of $8,302,311 for the 24-25 fiscal year. So in summary, the district is on track to meet its financial obligations. Despite the deficit spending in the current year, we are projected to have a balanced budget in the upcoming years and are projected to meet and exceed reserve requirements in the current and 2 consecutive fiscal years. We continue to maintain a healthy reserve and are projecting a stabilized budget with excess revenue through reduction of expenditures based on attrition aligned with enrollment needs. Based on these findings, staff recommends a positive certification, meaning that the Orange Unified School District can meet its financial obligations for the current fiscal year and the next 2 years. Our next steps. At the state level, Senate and Assembly hearings will continue. Negotiations will be taking place. The governor's May revision for the fiscal year 25-26 will be published May 14th, 2025. The legislature will adopt its version of the state budget by June 15th, and the governor will sign its state enacted budget by June 30th. Here at the local level, development of proposed budgets is currently taking place. We are currently meeting with sites and departments to combine and present to you our proposed budget, aligning our budget to the LCAP, presenting the proposed budget in alignment with the LCAP at the May 21st board meeting, and adopting the budget at the June board meeting. I'd like to take a moment to express my sincere appreciation to Ms. Becerra and the dedicated fiscal services team whose diligent work monitoring our budget throughout the year makes these detailed financial reports possible. This concludes our presentation, and we'll open it up to questions or comments.
Thank you, Ms. Holguin. Do any board members, I'll start with Trustee Glass. Any comments or questions?
Thank you very much, President Erickson. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was outstanding. I appreciate the information you give us in the way that we can all understand it. I should speak for myself, where I can understand it, and I appreciate the hard work that your entire staff put into this, but I have no questions.
Thank you. Trustee Bain?
Thank you, Trustee Erickson. I also appreciate all of your effort and detail and do not have questions. And if I do, I know I can reach out. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Yamasaki?
My question is, will the cuts at the federal level be impacting us in the future, or what do you predict will happen?
So currently, our federal funding is roughly, it fluctuates from 6 to 8%. And if you saw there, we do have a good amount of reserves. So if anything was to, that's why it is important to have those reserves and look so that you can minimize the impact to students. Should that, we are though waiting for more details regarding that information to be able to see. But right now we don't have that information. But roughly our percentage of federal funding is anywhere from 6 to 8%. Okay. Over the last few years, it has seemed like it's more, and that's because of those one-time funds that we were receiving. So those federal fundings were at a higher level.
And those fundings would impact like food, nutrition services?
They could. Those are all our Title I programs as well as nutrition services. There is also some state funding, though, that contributes to some of the nutrition programs, but more of like our Title I, Title II, and Title III programs, those federal programs. Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're able to actually continue some of those programs, even if we lose some of the funding, at least in the interim.
Yes, and those would be some of the conversations that would have to take place if that was to come forward.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Can you tell me a little bit more about the rainy day fund? Is that going to, at the state level, is that going to be something that's going to impact us? Or I understand that Newsom is trying to use part of that to help our schools, or, you know, to dip into that fund?
Yes, there is conversation regarding some of that funding being used to budget some of his proposed proposals in the budget. Additionally, as shared there's that enacted budget, which was of 115.3 versus what the guarantee. And the thing with budgets, just like we're working and looking forward, and yet when we're also closing out a school year but have already adopted a budget, with the state budget, you're looking at the 23-24 just had their guarantee. They haven't yet guaranteed the 24-25. That starts to actually happen in May. So we're working with the 24-25, and then we're already in 25-26. So those numbers change. But yes, there is conversation about that in part of his proposal.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the future, I'm just concerned about the stability of the state right now because of all the changes that are happening. People are being laid off, and, you know, that also reduces the amount that the state collects and ultimately will impact the schools.
Yes, and if we go back to that original slide, the first there, when you see the state information there, you can see that there seems to at least be some stability within the last, you know, this year and the next future year. However, you are right, and that's why we're always constantly monitoring.
Okay, thank you.
You, Trustee Page.
Thank you again for your presentation, Ms. Holguin. So it's kind of to feed off of that, the report states that the bare minimum for reserves is 3%, but ours are higher. In addition to subsidizing a lot of the funds that could potentially go away in the next couple years, what are other ways that the district has planned for some of those reserves? I know that previously we've discussed one-time funds going away, and we've continued to fund a lot of the initiatives that are important to our school district. So for example, counselors at elementary schools, and when the community school grants sunset, like we'll probably supplement some of that funding too. Can you kind of elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yes, so if you look at this slide here, it's your multi-year projections, and then you look at your, restricted, assigned, committed, and unassigned. So the board has the discretion at some point, depending on what they are seeing, and that's why these reports are so important to be able to continue to provide you information, is to restrict some of that funding by assigning it and or committing it, so that it could be used for those for any of those needs should the board decide to move forward. So that is why when we do present to you a proposed budget, these are some of the options that we give to the board to look at.
Okay, so looking at the budget and what you presented with our classified salaries going up from the first interim now into the second interim, why is that? Is it because we have a lot of open positions and we've had to open up like substitute contracts with other organizations to bring in personnel, or?
So that is not with contracted services. So when we are using individuals from other agencies to fill some of those positions, those do not go into the classified. They actually go under our contracted services. Nevertheless, there have been some vacancies that have been filled, and then additionally extra hours and things that maybe sites and or departments have adjusted in their budgets.
Okay, so extra earnings.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then, so Fund 6053, I was looking at previous years and then looking into this year, there has been a reduction in universal pre-K. Is that because we're offering less slots or there's less money to be offered?
It could be a combination. I'd have to look a little bit further into that to get you an exact answer to it, but it could be a combination.
Okay. And then lastly, one of the criterias was not met, the ADA to enrollment portion. And so what's our district doing to mitigate that piece?
So definitely working with our school sites to try to increase attendance as much as we can, and then also looking at opportunities for independent study and collecting some of that additional ADA, but those are just some things that we continue to monitor.
Okay, so would that be like supporting our principals with being able to communicate some of that, of like independent study or those individualized contracts for our students in order to catch up?
Yeah, it could be a combination, and then additionally to kind of looking at where that hit exactly is to be able to get more of an accurate, statement to you in terms of what exactly we're doing.
Okay. Is there an ongoing study on that of where the absences are coming from?
I'd have to look into that and get back to you on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Trustee Pelley.
Thank you. What a wonderful report, and Trustee Glass, you are not alone. We've dealt with school budgets, but this is just, it's a lot of information, and you always do such a great job of breaking it down so that we can understand. And that last slide had 25 people, I think, on it. That really just struck me when I saw that. It was like, wow, I know there's a lot of people that work to help with this, but just, it takes a village to support a district school budget. And I just want to really thank everyone who helps with that and puts these reports together. I mean, this is just one interim report. I had one question that Trustee Page already covered about the ADA and the attendance. And I think it is really important that we're constantly monitoring that. And I know when we do state testing, we do see things like our special ed subgroup has had some chronic absenteeism and other subgroups. So I think that'd be really important to keep track of that. I know we are, but I'd like to see more about that and how we can specifically work with those groups to get our attendance up, because that's so much of our budget is our ADA, and kids can't learn if they're not in school. It may be parent support, it may be student support, depending on the ages and the situations. But thank you to Student Community Services, because I know they've been working on it. I've seen a lot of the attendance awards, and those are great. But I think we really do need to dig deeper and find out what's going on so we can keep working with that. The other thing really wasn't a question. I think I just wanted to say one more time for the record, because I know we keep hearing things out in the public that, our district is going bankrupt and we're driving the district to the ground. And this report showed that is not the case. We're not depleting our reserves. We are not going bankrupt. Despite the deficit spending, we have a healthy reserve, more than the 3% that we need. And I think it's just really important to remind people that deficit spending happens sometimes. It's not something you necessarily want to do, but we are in great shape. We have money for reserves we just talked about for some of the unknown things and emergencies, and I think we have a history of being conservative and doing a good job with that. So thank you, but just for the record, we're doing great, and I think this was a really great report. Once again, thanks for all of your hard work.
Thank you. And yes, it's definitely a team effort, so thank you for that.
Thomas?
No questions, but thank you so much to you and your team. Excellent report. I understand a lot of it, having worked side by side with fiscal. And I always think managing a $23 million budget is huge, but nothing compared to this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, and I will echo yet again, because we have heard a lot of chatter out in the community that is either a misunderstanding or intentional misstatement of the facts. I don't know. But thank you for explaining the difference between deficit spending in one single year, where we're settling up a 2-year contract in a single year, versus depleting reserves, because we do not have a history of doing that, of depleting reserves. We have a history of being, as you said, fiscally conservative and responsible. It's what got us through COVID, and I think all of us are aware of that. And we hold on to our healthy reserves in case of emergencies, and we appreciate that our budgets are built around that assumption that we are going to remain solvent, and we do remain solvent over the next couple of years, and we'll continue to do that. So thank you for that thorough report and really explaining that well. We appreciate it. Anything else? Okay, I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is an action item.
It is. It is.
I apologize. My problem. Okay. So is there a motion to approve a positive certification of the second interim financial report for 24-25, indicating that Orange Unified School District will be able to meet its financial obligations for the remainder of the 24-25 fiscal year and the following 2 fiscal years, and accept the 24-25 budget update as presented by staff?
Motion to approve second interim.
Okay. Trustee Thomas made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Yamasaki seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. On item 7B, the California School Boards Association Region 15 is holding elections for the 2025 Delegate Assembly. The board votes for up to the number of vacancies in the region. Region 15 has 7 vacancies. The board may cast no more than 1 vote for any one candidate and no more than 7 candidates. The board has received the biographical information on the candidates as provided by the California School Boards Association. The official ballot must be postmarked on or before March 17th. The names of the delegates will be made available on CSBA's website no later than April 1st. Delegates serve a 2-year term beginning April 1st, 2025 to March 31st, 2027. They meet twice a year to conduct business and may also meet with the other delegates and the director within their region. We have a list of candidates, and as we said, we can nominate up to 7. So, let's see. Do we have, let's see, I guess we can just go through the list. Does anybody have anybody to nominate initially? Or have a list of people they want to nominate? Trustee Yamasaki, I know you do. So who would you nominate?
I personally have worked with some of them, and some of them are very outstanding candidates. And so Bev Berryman is amazing. She's a PTA, and she's a PTA member at the 4th District and has done great work, and she's on the Fullerton School District. Jessica Guerrero.
I'm sorry, did you say Beverly Berryman?
The first
Okay.
one, yeah.
So that's one nomination.
Yeah.
Okay, Jessica Guerrero for your second?
Yes.
Okay.
And Frances Nguyen and Lauren Klatzker.
Okay, that's 4. Do we have any other nominations from the floor?
I have one. I would like to nominate Rhodia Shed.
Okay, Trustee Pelley nominating Rhodia Shed.
I've worked with her a little bit, and I think she would be great.
Okay, that leaves 2 more open spots if we are going to nominate them. I will nominate Bonnie Castry and Susie Schwartz. 3, 4, 5, 6. That is 7. Why don't we go ahead and vote individually on these, and we can give a yes or no vote as to each individual. And if one of them does not get a majority, then we will move on and nominate another. So how many vote to nominate or to elect Beverly Berryman? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, 7-0 for Beverly Berryman. As to Bonnie Castry, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 7-0 for Bonnie Castry. Jessica Guerrero, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 7-0 Jessica Guerrero. Rhodia Shed, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 7-0 for Rhodia Shed. Susie Schwartz, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? All those in favor of Frances Nguyen? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Frances Nguyen 7-0. Lauren Klatzker, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Lauren Klatzker. So our list of delegate assembly nominees are Beverly Berryman, Bonnie Castry, Jessica Guerrero, Rhodia Shed, Susie Schwartz, Frances Nguyen, and Lauren Klatzker. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 7C. We have a public hearing. And yes, Ms. Holguin.
Thank you again, Board President Trustee Erickson. This item is in connection to the Peralta property located at 2190 North Canal Street in Orange. There is no presentation. However, as I stated, this item is in connection to the Peralta property. It is owned by the district, but has not been used by the school district as a school site for many years. As has been previously reviewed by the board, the district has the option of seeking a waiver when it would like to sell or lease its property. The waiver is sought from the State Board of Education to waive requirements per Education Code 33050. Before seeking a waiver, the board must hold a public hearing on the request to seek a waiver, and that is the stage that we find ourselves in now.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Holguin. I will now close the regular meeting and open the public meeting at 8:16 p.m. Are there any speakers wishing to address the board regarding the proposed waiver of the Education Code requirement for the sale or lease of the Peralta property located at 2190 North Canal Street in Orange?
We have 4 blue cards, but it is a public hearing, so after the 4, we can open it up in case anyone else would like to speak. Okay. First up, we have Dave Heim.
Thank you, and good evening, board members. And quite simply, I live in the neighborhood directly adjacent to the Peralta property. And for me and my neighbors, we just want to express our support of the board pursuing the waiver with the state school board as the staff has recommended, as we feel that it will allow you as the district and us as the community to better pursue the desires and benefits of that property for the community and this district. So just wanted to express our communal support for the waiver. Thank you.
Darren Kemkus.
Good evening. Again, I would like to add my support to you guys seeking a waiver from the state on the Peralta property, and thank you very much for taking this upon yourselves to move forward with Peralta after all these years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Moffett.
Good evening, board members. My name is Kathy Moffett, and as you know, I spent a lot of time on the school board, and this topic was a regular one, an important one during the time of my service. As you know, buildable property within OUSD is extremely valuable because there isn't much of it. Because of its central location, its size, and its compact configuration, this property at Peralta has immense and unique potential for future offerings to OUSD students. It could be used for an aquatic center and a performing arts center combined. It could be used for a specialty high school focused on science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. It could be the site of a school of the future, serving needs that we might not even know about today. You, as a school board, have the responsibility for the safekeeping of the assets of this school district for now, but also for the possible needs of the district in the future, the infinite future. In the next 5 years, the next 10 years, or the next 50 years. We cannot know what these future needs may be, but we can preserve this valuable asset so that it will be available and there to meet those needs for OUSD students. Remember, please, they're not making any more property within OUSD, especially no more property like the Peralta property. So please do not foreclose on the future of our students by disposing of this very special property. Thank you.
Michael Lopez.
Take my glasses off. Good evening, board members, OUSD staff, and fellow Peralta neighborhood members from the Northwest, and I'm from the South. My name is Michael Lopez, and I live in the neighborhood directly south of the Peralta School District site. I've lived there since 2003, and I'm pleased to learn, after all these years, the school district is considering the sale or lease of the property for institutional zone development options. I'm here this evening to lend my voice in favor of this resolution. 7D. If the state approves the application, my fellow neighbors and I look forward to collaborating with the school board, my fellow neighbors to the north and south of the property, and the city in a public, transparent process of deciding the best institutional use of the site. Having 34 years of experience serving in local government, I am familiar with the request for proposal process and the flexibility it offers the school district as you evaluate proposals seeking the most qualified proposal. Hopefully, it's going to be a win for the school district, it'll be a win for the neighborhood, and a win for the city. And I'd like to add to Ms. Moffitt's comments that it could be a win for the school district if you're considering joint use, whatever the proposal is. That's just a thought. And of course, the money is not going to hurt the school district's budget either. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Because this is a public hearing, there is no blue card required. So if there's anybody else that would like to speak on this issue, you're welcome to come up to the podium. Going once. Do we have, oh, Mr. Tran.
Hello, my name is Alexander Tran. Of course, I'd like to thank the OUSD community and the OUSD Board of Education for giving me the opportunity to speak on this matter. I just want to preface, I'm not speaking as a student board member regarding Peralta, but rather as a concerned student. I personally do not have a position on the board's decision tonight. However, I do like to state my opinion, which hopefully could help guide the decision that we made tonight. My concern regarding the Peralta project and/or the possible sale or lease of Peralta is with the interested private parties from taking OUSD's most valuable surplus property. And I'd like to voice what former trustee Moffitt had said previously. Peralta, because of its central location, is prime real estate and serves as the heart of Orange Unified. And when I say private parties, I like to precisely reference Orange Lutheran. I understand that OLU has been very gung-ho on having the Peralta property for several years now and are willing to throw as much money possible to obtain the property. However helpful in the short term it may be, it is extremely detrimental for our OUSD schools and students in the long term. And while I understand that this board must make a financially responsible decision, it should not come at the expense of our OUSD schools. OUSD must remain competitive, and Orange Lutheran continuously, since its inception, has taken students from our districts, losing out on hundreds, if not millions of dollars in ADA. By awarding OLU with an athletic compound at Peralta, we will only continue to exacerbate this problem and reward our competition. And by rewarding our competition, we undermine our athletic programs at Villa Park, at El Medina, at Richland, and at Orange High School. This is especially harmful for Villa Park High School, as a majority of our students do not reside in our attendance area, and a majority of our students are athletes. And with a significant amount of our athletic facilities continue to be in significant disrepair, awarding OLU with an athletic compound will result in students leaving Villa Park High School in droves. We must remain competitive as districts across the state continue to lose out on ADA. And please, I understand it was 2 meetings ago, I plead with you. Do not be fooled by, I understand the OLU consultants came by and expressed the possibility of a joint sharing agreement. Do not be fooled. Scheduling issues will continue to arise between OUSD and Orange Lutheran, and additionally, local Lutheran schools such as St. Paul's, Salem, or St. John's will also want usage of the property just as much. As a product of private schools myself, all of this sounds too familiar. If the district agrees to move forward with OLU as a potential property for either a sale or a lease, it will be OUSD students who will be left behind. Please. I understand that there are quite a few public organizations who are interested in having Peralta, such as SCC. By putting OLU at the most valuable property in our district, at the heart of our district, it is our students who pay the price. Thank you so much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Tran. Okay, do we have any other speakers? One more.
Hi. Okay. I'm Andres Valerio. I'm a proud classified employee, and I'm also a member of this community. I'm a parent here. I live here. And as I was listening to this issue about the Peralta property, I'm not prepared, so I'm really nervous, just FYI. I do know where this is located, and I do realize that it may or may not be as big as I would like it to be, but here's an idea. We have Fred Kelly Stadium as an outdoor venue, right, where we host a variety of events there, and it's all outdoors. We have sports. Now, what we don't have, or I don't recall that we have, or I could be wrong, is a facility big enough to host indoor activities, right? We're talking about plays, performances. I know some of our school sites have had to outsource these activities to local districts or surrounding districts because we do not have an indoor venue to host a party or host an event that we have about 700 members to come to view, like watch, right? And so this is just an idea and an option, and I know that's going to take money as well, but that's an idea to also benefit our performing arts, right? Like plays and shows and anything that our school sites do to host a venue or have a venue to be able to host at a big like magnitude or a bigger scale, other than most of our locations are what, 300, 200 at the most we have seating for. So this would be kind of an idea out there, just an FYI. Thank you, bye.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I will now close the public hearing and reopen the regular meeting at 8:29 p.m. And now we will move on to the approval of the resolution of the Board of Education, authorizing submittal of a surplus property waiver application to the State Board of Education for real property located at 2190 North Canal Street, Orange, California, and exempting the property from the Surplus Land Act. Do we have another presentation, or are you? Okay.
I was just going to say that this item follows a previous item, and so the next step would be to approve the waiver.
Okay. So this obviously is an action item, but we can also have any questions. Are there any additional questions that the board may have with regard to this?
I just want to make sure that the public understands too that this action does not in any way obligate us to go down that path of selling the property, right? It's just something that we need to do to have that option. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And, you know, I do share some of the concerns that our former trustee Moffitt had said, and even our student board member and the last speaker, Ms. Angeles, thank you. I share some concerns because it is a valuable piece of property, and I like to explore potentially what we can do with it as well, not necessarily not just leave it in the state that it's in, but explore what OUSD can do with it for the public good. You know, whether it's a performing arts center or an aquatic center or something else that I'm really reluctant to just put this out there. Although I know it doesn't commit us to it, just doing this step will get us 1 point closer to that commitment of selling. And so, honestly, I don't think I'm going to support a resolution.
Okay.
So, just want to put it out there.
All right, anybody else? Okay, I mean, and just to emphasize again, this is just to allow us to have options and to explore how those options may benefit our district in a way that the property at this point is not benefiting us, and either fiscally or really in any other way at this point in time. And I think it is important that we have the ability to, you know, we've had a lot of discussions from essentially one party telling us what we should be doing with the property, and I think this is opening up the possibilities of what can we do with this property? How can we best serve ourselves, OUSD, and our community, and you know, serve other purposes as well. I mean, we do need money to go towards capital improvements and all sorts of other things, and so I'll be favoring this resolution in order to get this process started. But staff recommends that the board adopt the attached resolution 152425 of the Board of Education of the Orange Unified School District authorizing submittal of a surplus property waiver application to the State Board of Education for real property located at 2190 North Canal Street, Orange, California 92865, and exempting the property from the Surplus Land Act. Do we have a motion?
I will move it.
Trustee Pelley, do we have a second?
Second.
Trustee Thomas. We can still open it up to any sort of discussion at this point. Okay. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
No.
One. So we have 6 votes in favor and 1 vote opposed. Trustee Yamasaki, and that is it. Thank you. Motion
you.
carries. Okay, moving on to item 8A. We have no more public comment, right? Okay, perfect, thank you. 8A, the annual report of the Measure S Citizens Oversight Committee. And we have, I believe, yes, Mrs. Fasinelli here to present. Thank you.
That'll do it. Okay, all right. All right, good evening. Thank you very much. I have the pleasure here of representing our Citizens Oversight Committee. I am Deanna Fasinelli. I've not had the pleasure of meeting all of you, so welcome. We do need to come here once a year and have our annual review of what we've done and what the staff has done. So if I could just start a little to let you know that this is something that is required. We do have our money that we have taken from the taxpayers, and we need to make sure that we're good servants of that money. And so this committee is a volunteer committee that is made up from all organizations, whether it's a parent organization, a taxpayer organization, a senior citizen group, or just a member of the community. Thank you very much for the kind words that you did give our committee. We work very hard. We're fortunate to have 3 original members on the committee. We don't meet often. We're only required to meet once a year, but we meet an average of 3 to 4 times a year. And sometimes, as we've been on committees, even the 4th time gets a little tiring. So we've had to have a couple of resignations. So with that, I just want to make the shout out that we do have 2 openings, and those openings are a parent organization representative, as well as, there is one more, but I can't remember what it is. But the applications are on the website, and I welcome anyone here who's in the audience. If you know anybody who would like to be part of our committee, to please go onto the website, submit an application, and it would be submitted to the board to actually be appointed. We welcome to have 2 people.
Ms. Fasinelli, so I just checked my records. It's the representative at large.
Thank you. We have a representative, which is anybody who lives within the Orange Unified School District bounds. So we do welcome you. We like to have a quorum. We don't like to miss our meetings. So I'm making a really high pitch right now to see if I can get 2 more people on this committee. It's not the most exciting committee. It is a lot of numbers, but it really is something that you need to do. So now that I've told you who serves on this committee, let me tell you what we do. We don't decide where the committee spends the money. The bond measure decided where the money is spent. What we do is see where the money's been spent, and to make sure that it's been spent in accordance with the bond language. For example, the new tracks were not spent with bond money. The solar panels were not spent with bond money. Pools are not built with the Measure S bond money. Science centers are built with the Measure S bond money. Exactly what the taxpayers voted on, what was in the language. So what happens is we get the report, we see what the money is spent on, and we ask questions, and we ask them to verify those. We have asked this year, we have asked for invoices. We have reviewed several invoices. We have reviewed the auditor's report. We have asked the auditors what they reviewed and how many invoices that they actually reviewed. In addition to that, we've also visited the sites. We had a meeting at Orange High, and we had a meeting in El Medina this year. Well, we tried to get one at Villa Park, and unfortunately it didn't happen, but we're going to do that next time. So we do go, we verify what the funds have been spent on, we look at the buildings, and we make sure that the money has been spent accordingly. The fiscal year is from July to June, so I'm reporting on what we spent through June of 2024. The bond raised $288 million. That was the gross amount. In addition, we've had some interest. Through June 24, for 1 year, we've spent $58 million. That's only for 1 year. But through the course of the bond, we've spent $260 million, which leaves us with approximately $44 million. If you don't look at the math, it's because we got some interest in there, which is wonderful. We have some wonderful people looking to invest our money where we do get a little bit extra. With that, we do have auditors who come in and they audit the funds. They audit OUSD's budget and their funds, but they audit these funds separately. So there is a separate audit report, I believe, that's been presented to the board from Nigro. They came, presented it to us. They reviewed all their activities. They didn't have any items with the management. Sorry, you want this clicked? I talk and I don't click. My apologies. Yeah, okay, thank you. They did review the financials. They told us who they met with. They told us they did not have any issues with any of the staff members. They did not have any dissension with any of the staff members. They also answered our questions that we had, and everything seemed to have gone quite lovely, and the management letter came out perfect, to be honest with you. And I'm happy this is the 8th year, actually, this has happened. With that, that concludes our compliance. And once again, I welcome the public to apply to come to our committee. Our next meeting will be in October. That gives everyone enough time to apply, bring their application to the board, have the board review it, and be appointed. And I can answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mrs. Fasinelli. And again, just to echo what was said before, your work is really important. It's a really important oversight function, but it provides confidence, I think, to the public to know that there's a set of really responsible eyes that are looking at this and verifying things. So thank you so much. That really helps. Do we have any other comments, questions? Nope. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll see you next year.
We appreciate your time. All right, moving on to consent items. Item 9A, consent items are acted upon by one motion. Any such item can be considered separately at a board member's request. Would any board members like to pull a consent item? Okay, hearing nothing, do I have a motion to pass the consent items?
I'll move it.
Trustee Thomas, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Glass, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 7-0. Okay, we now have public comment. I don't believe there's any other public comment cards. So now, I'm sorry. Oh, there is. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We have about 7 cards, so 3 minutes each. And first up, we have Beth Cypress.
Good evening, Board Trustees and Superintendent Christensen. My name is Beth Cypress. I am the Library Media Technician at Ville Park Elementary, here to speak to you once again about reclassification for classified employees. In the past, I've been here to ask for your help in moving the process along regarding adding clear contract language that lays out a process for obtaining reclassification when an employee believes that their job has changed so significantly that they are working beyond their current job description. It really should not be that too much to ask to have the steps laid out for us. This process really should be clear, transparent, and achievable. I've shared with some of you, I've shared with some of you privately and stood up here a few times talking about how much my job as an LMT has changed over the 11 years that I've been in this position, so I won't do that again. We all know that positions change over the years, and that's okay. We are all flexible. What isn't okay is that we continually are being added, more things are being added to our jobs, and I'm sorry, we are flexible. What is not okay is that things are being continually added to our jobs and we are not being acknowledged for those additional duties or time that it takes to do these additional things. We're just asking that as our positions change, it's acknowledged and that we are given clear processes to follow so that we can not only have our job descriptions updated, but we also get proper training and hours required to perform those new duties. Of course, we need to be also appropriately compensated as well. And it's only fair that the district periodically look at our job descriptions, stay up to date with industry standards and like districts. Please move swiftly to give classified employees what they deserve, fair treatment and training and pay. Thank you very much.
Esteban Villa.
Hey guys, my name is Esteban Villa. I'm the new chief for the union. I'm classified. I'm a bus driver. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of classified people here. From my experience, a lot of people are scared of retaliation. I've experienced it. I'm still willing to stand here. You guys love to say how you love to recognize us, right? You guys appreciate us. But look at the conditions we're working in. Look at the pay. You got single mothers working 2-3 jobs. I come from Riverside. My mom's been working for the district since I was in La Vida Elementary. I don't think we're asking for a lot. You know, we care about the students. We have to do a lot of training. We have to keep up with our licenses. I'm only speaking for transportation, but I know a lot of these people have to deal with a lot. You guys, I don't know you guys personally. I don't know how well you do your job, but I'm sure you guys are compensated well, right? So my thing is, we got a director of transportation. She gets paid well. A fully staffed transportation is 140 from what I hear. And that's including substitute. When I started in November 2023, we're at 85 drivers. Currently, we're at 65. But yet, hey, we need you to cover this. Yeah, no problem. We need you to cover that. Yeah, no problem. But the moment I stand up for my rights, we have issues. So we're not asking for much, you know. Prices are going up. We're all willing to do our part for our jobs. We're just asking for the compensation. Look how much the healthcare went up. So that's all we're asking for, guys.
Charity Harris.
So this is my daughter Charity. She's having some horse problems with her voice today, so I'm going to read for her. Good evening, members of the board, educators, and community members. I stand before you today as both a former student of OUSD and a fierce advocate for the students of this district. My name is Charity, and though I go by my pen name, C.M. Harris, I am an author, a publisher, and champion for inclusive children's literature dedicated to fostering kindness, acceptance, and empathy for young readers. But before I tell you about my work, I want to share my personal story, one that brings me full circle to this very district. I'm a proud former student of OUSD. My time here has had its challenges, including moments when I felt unseen, disrespected, and underestimated by school faculty. But those experiences shaped me into the strong and resilient person I am today. They ignited a passion in me, a passion to ensure that no child feels left out, unheard, or misunderstood in their learning environment. I always excelled in English literature. And during my junior year at Villa Park High School, I asked my English teacher if I could take AP English in my senior year. And she enthusiastically said yes. And I was eager to take on the challenge. But when I excitedly told my counselor, I was met with a firm no. That moment made me feel that I wasn't enough. But I stand here today as proof that I was always enough, and so are the students in this district. That experience, along with many other challenges I faced throughout my life and career, led me to a passion of writing.
My book, What If We Were All the Same, encourages children to celebrate diversity, embrace their unique qualities, and treat others with kindness. Since its release, this book has reached thousands of students across the world, was personally recognized by the San Francisco 49ers, and has even made its way to the BBC in the UK. I was even featured on ABC 7 News and interviewed by the incredible Anchor news anchor, Rachel Brown. Since then, I have written over 14 children's books that focus on themes of disability inclusion, resilience, kindness, and social emotional learning. My latest series, What If We Were, expands on these values, teaching children about friendship, generosity, honesty, and acceptance. These are the same values that OSUD strives to instill in its students. Recently, I was honored to receive a grant from the Villa Park Rotary Club to help me further my journey, allowing me to travel to Kansas City to meet with a distributor. Their generosity speaks to the importance of getting these messages into schools, and I want OUSD to be part of this movement. I'm not just here to share my story. I'm here to offer OSUD a solution that is already making a difference in schools across the country. Imagine this. Imagine students seeing themselves reflected in the pages of a book. Imagine them learning that their voices matter. Imagine them realizing that kindness can change a peer's day and that that difference makes them extraordinary. These books serve as a tool for social emotional learning, character building, and fostering of school culture where every child feels valued. So I ask you, let's
Thank you so much for your public comment. We have Miguel, Darshan, David Scott.
Good evening, board. It's always good to get a chance to talk. I know you guys hear a lot about the Mandarin program. It has a lot of support, a lot of vocal parents. But I want to tell you about the state of the Mandarin program. I have a son in 7th grade who has missed out on multiple years of teachers. And now he just had an aide who had to resign. And he's not getting the education as far as the Mandarin program was promised to us as parents that he deserves. I mean, his entire educational process has been about understanding Mandarin, speaking Mandarin, being immersed in the language. 50% of his classes were supposed to be taught in this way. But now he's, almost 8 years into this program and doesn't speak it? You know what that does to his self-confidence? It's disappointing. And I know there's been some things that you would consider out of your control, but there's just been a lack of support for the program for a while now. It's been allowed to flounder. You have barely any upper graders in this Mandarin program, and I'm talking like 12th grade, 11th grade. They're just not getting the encouragement, the resources they needed. There seems to be a lack of direction. I mean, last year, half of Fletcher didn't have Mandarin teachers. Half of the grades at Fletcher didn't have Mandarin teachers. I mean, if it's worth doing well, correct? Let's either do it right or not do it. So my son doesn't have to feel bad about himself and his lack of comprehension for a program that he's been in for years now. So I just ask you to consider that and consider what you can do. I know there's a lot of tough decisions you guys are making all the time. I understand that. I understand there's a lot of needs at a lot of different of our schools. I get that. I totally get that. But if my son had just been in a regular educational pathway, he wouldn't be feeling bad about himself right now. And so that hurts me as a parent. And I'm just disappointed that this is a continual issue for my son's 7th grade class now at CV. I speak on behalf of many parents tonight. They're angry, they're hurt, they're frustrated. Some of them are considering pulling their kids from the district. Please realize the severity of this issue and support a program that is bringing in more kids to our district than just about any other program in the district. It's such a feather in the cap if you do it well. Let's do it better. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Last speaker is Sean. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Okay, now we have board and staff conference recognition and comments. So why don't we start with Trustee Thomas?
I don't have anything to report, but I am very excited to go on school visits next week with you.
I have a couple of just quick things. I had a few events I went to. I'm not going to go into big detail, but I thought it was really exciting to see the grand opening of the new Palmyra kindergarten TK playground. And I think Principal Butterman does such a great job. And she said, you know, it's kindergarten, but thank you guys for coming. You know what? That's a big deal to those kindergartners. And they were playing on that playground when we were there. And whether it's a building that we're, you know, signing beams or whatever we're doing, or it's a kindergarten playground, it's huge. So I just thought that was really fun. And I want to thank her and the PT and everybody involved there because that was a great, fun event. And every event's worth celebrating. I got to go to Chapman Hills and Prospect for Read Across America. And I brought my therapy dog, Orvis, with me. And we were able to talk about therapy dogs and learn a little bit about what they do. When we were at Prospect, the Orange PD had their emotional support dog in training, canine in training there. And they weren't able to meet because she's still in training and she just barked once and that was the only greeting they could do. But it was just really fun. There was a lot of people reading to the kids and that's just such a great event. And I think we don't have to wait for Read Across America just to have volunteers come in and read because any teacher will tell you, come and read to my class anytime. So anybody that wants to do that, that's a really fun event. But I wanted to thank them for inviting me to Chapman Hills and Prospect. And then just quickly, it's Women's History Month, and we talk about famous women in history. But looking around tonight, I'm looking at these amazing women who are up here with me, our student board members, our cabinet, our hidden super lady behind the scenes that never wants to be recognized, but she's back there really working hard all the time. And people out in the audience that I've worked with, incredible women, you guys all know who you are back there. And even the ones I haven't worked with, I was just thinking about all the people in the district, these strong, incredible women, moms, grandmas, people who do amazing things every day. I tell my husband that we don't just celebrate it 1 month of the year. So I suggest that all of you, whether you're male or female, go home and tell an amazing woman that you know, thank you. And I just think it's a great thing to celebrate. But I was just looking around thinking, wow, there's a lot of amazing women here. So I just want to thank all of you for what you do, everybody watching at home. Let's celebrate all the women, not just the ones that are famous in history that we read about. So thank you.
So last month we concluded Lunar New Year and we had a huge celebration outside of the district. And that's what one of the comments was about. We had probably like 400 students perform different songs in Mandarin, and it was absolutely amazing. I just want to thank all the teachers and support staff at Fletcher who really encouraged our students to get on stage and do things outside of their comfort zone. They did so much. They only had 1 day to rehearse at this new venue, and it's kind of far away. I did hear some comments from other parents saying that it was too far away and why don't we have the facility within our district. But other than that, I think we had a great sound system and overall it was beautiful to see our students. So just wanted to share that update about Lunar New Year.
Thanks. Okay.
That you were there too. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I was there too, so she spoke on it, and it was fun. I also attended Read Across America. I would like to thank Chapman Hills and Handy Elementary School for the honor of participating in their Read Across America event. The kids were so attentive and super, super cute. They asked some fun questions and have funny remarks, so I loved it. I missed that age. And also, many of my trustees and I attended the French wedding, as our student trustee board member mentioned. And Madame and the French Club and everybody does a wonderful job in putting on this event. I have to tell you, I've been to many weddings, and this wedding is more fancy and beautiful than some of the weddings that I went to. I've been to, I should say. I also, as mentioned by our students board member, I'd like to congratulate again our El Medina student, David Razan, for receiving the prestigious Marine Corps ROTC scholarship. His teachers, parents, and students were all there to surprise him. He walked in and he didn't know what was happening, and we had reps from the Marine Corps there as well, and he held up a $180,000 check to pay for his entire tuition. He hasn't decided on which school he's going to yet, but wherever he ends up going, they're fortunate to have him. He's such a humble, really nice young man. I would also like to thank the Orange Unified Council of PTAs for supporting our students in the arts. They held a wonderful Reflections Arts program right here in our boardroom a couple of weeks ago, and hundreds of students participated. There were parents and a lot of people who came to see the artwork. And I have some great news, but I'm not sure if I can share, but a lot of them moved up to the next level, and some of them are going to be at the national level. That is amazing, because of all my years in PTA, I have only known one piece going to the national level, and this time we have a couple. So, yeah, I'll share more information when the time comes, because I'm not sure if they know about it yet. And speaking of, and I'd like to thank Sherry Tsai. She's the Reflection Chair who organized the entire thing. And speaking of PTA, 3 PTA representatives from our OUSD schools and myself attended the 2-day PTA Sacramento Safari. We had an opportunity to hear from state legislators, our local ones especially, about upcoming bills that may impact our schools. We also heard from the president of the California State PTA, the senior fiscal and policy analyst from the LAO's office. We also heard from the Capital Advisors Group and the legislative director for CSBA. And I know that's a lot of acronyms, but these are really important people at the state level who gave us great information. And I'm really, really impressed that we have dedicated parents who are willing to spend 2 days to go up to Sacramento and to get better informed and support our schools. Thank you.
Well, I will start with thanking Trustee Pelley for mentioning Women's History Month. I also would like to recognize Women's History Month. For me, on International Women's Day, I spent the day at a conference with the Junior League of Orange County focusing on women, and it was called She is Fearless. So I encourage everyone to check out that organization if they are interested. I also would like to thank Trustee Erickson for mentioning Mendez versus Westminster. And some of you know that I teach American government in community college, and that is also something that I teach about at that level. And I very much enjoyed the kindergarten opening at Palmyra, like some of the other trustees, and the Villa Park French wedding, which was a totally new experience to me, but I'm really glad that I had the opportunity to attend. I think it was the 19th year. And Trustee Yamasaki and Trustee Pelly and members of the cabinet and I attended the Chapman State of the University address, and Orange Unified was recognized as one of the top employers of Chapman grads. So it's kind of nice that some of those students are being educated here in our area and then choose to work in our area as well. And along with Trustee Page and Trustee Yamasaki, I attend the Legislative Coalition every month. And one thing I'd like to note is that each school site has an opportunity to send a representative to this committee and hear about things going on in the state and also things going on at the federal level, but not all the schools are represented. So it would be great if we could get more schools to come to those meetings. And finally, for me, next up, I have some site visits on Monday, and I've been really enjoying taking my family to whatever I can. We're going to go to some STEAM nights and some baseball and hopefully one of the VAPA performances. So thanks for that.
Madam President, I'll try to be brief. It's not going to happen. I showed Alex Tran while Trustee Pelly was speaking that I had also written down on my iPad, acknowledge month of March as Women's History Month. Testify.
Seriously, and I did say that I wasn't going to give you crap for it either.
So I just want to say that I too stand in solidarity with everyone here that has acknowledged this. I think it's very important, but I want to make sure that that's clear. We love women. We believe that women are essential, and we want to always support women. So thank you very much for everyone that's here and what you do. Thank you. Number two, I'm very pleased, very honored to have been the principal of the day at Palmyra Gate Magnet. I was so happy. I used to be a principal, didn't think I'd ever go back. But if I were to ever go back, it would be at elementary because they are remarkable. They're so much fun. Okay. I was also honored to be able to, like some of my colleagues, go and participate in Read Across America. So briefly, when I was younger and I was thinking about getting older, I wanted to be a principal at elementary school and grow a big belly, don't talk about me, and have a book and read to the kids in all those different classrooms. So I almost got a chance to do that. I need a little bit more girth, but I'm working on it. My wife's at home right now laughing right now. She's laughing uncontrollably. But I went to two schools. I went to Chapman Hills and also to Palmyra Gate Magnet. And I recall going to several classrooms. I want to thank the librarian at Chapman Hills, Ms. Correa, for her organization. That was incredible. Very thankful for that. And I can't name all the different classes I went to at both of the schools, but I want to talk about this briefly. In Mrs. Safa's class, there was a young man named Dion, and he was sitting to my right. And what I did in those classes, I read for the older students. The younger students, we did Llama Llama, Mad at Mama, which is a classic, by the way. I recommend it. But for the older students, we did African Proverbs. The book was in my daughter's library, written by the former president of Spelman College, Janetta B. Cole. And one of the particular proverbs was this: if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And so I saw Dion's little eyes just light up. And, you know, when you're teaching or you're in front of the classroom, you see that. You see kids that are just like whatever, and then you see shh, you know. And I was like, really cool. And I think it's a testament and maybe even a mantra for this board and also for us as members of a community, Orange, and what we're trying to do. A part of the election was to make that commitment. It is not designed for us to be working by ourselves. We have to do this together. Right or wrong or indifferent, we have to work together to make the progress that we need to make in this district. And so I just want to share that. And the last thing I want to talk about is my visit to the Carpenters Union, which is a remarkable opportunity for our students to be trained at a, not yet, but at a different stage in their lives, maybe right after graduation, and get opportunities to do a remarkable number of things. So I'm thankful to Superintendent Christensen for attending that visit, as well as Lisa Green and Ashley Higuera. It was a remarkable circumstance. I hope to get some opportunities for students to come over and visit so they can nerd out like I did. I think it was pretty awesome to see practical applications for math in work, in the progress. So thank you very much.
Trustee Erickson?
Yes.
May I say one more quick thing?
You may.
Because I know Trustee Glass won't talk about it himself, being that he's the humble person that he is. But he invited us to the Future Leaders Luncheon last month to celebrate Black History Month. And at that luncheon, Trustee Glass was one of the speakers. And so it was great to see him supporting 4 of our OUSD schools, students there as well. So I want to thank him for inviting us, and Trustee Pelley, and he was very entertaining. In fact, for Read Across America, I spoke in one of the classes you spoke to, and I just said, I'm never going to be like you. I tried my best to be entertaining and funny, but, you do an awesome job. So thank you. That was
Thank you very much. My nephews won't agree with that at all.
But the luncheon was awesome, and I was happy to be able to attend. So thank you.
I appreciate it.
I love the Love Fest. Thank you. But you all are amazing. So anyway, okay. Well, we will adjourn this meeting at 9:08 p.m.